Continuing to iterate on trash. Continuing to smoothen. So, weak points in the trash processing layout. At last assessment. Steel is in high demand. Steel could be showing up more. Which, 50-50 to get steel out of a low-density structure. So maybe that. The other options for improving this are also made of steel. Like, I could add another bank of recyclers. Finish upgrading the recyclers I already have on the main track. Continue to build up the meteoric furnace line here and its limited ability to print more steel. That might be the good initial point of attack. Throwing this good ore in there to get a couple more rare iron. Assembler is still producing. We got that going on. Tools for further builds can be provided. Starting to facilitate building the launch site. It's just kind of weird to appraise. The machine does what it do. Is qualitating. But this invites the question of how best to refine its power. Where is the point of attack? Also definitely think about how to better assemble a junk crushing module here. Got this side loading setup going on. But adding further banks of crushers to it lengthwise would increasingly complicate the splitting situation. I might even want to rearrange this into a two-phase setup where there is one layer that is directly receiving the fresh scrap and then a second layer beyond it that does the recycling of the output goods to render them down to base material. Strange case of a planet with too much copper. The rarest material. Though I guess iron is the tipping point where a lot of stars just give up. The universal iron supply is low. Alright, continuing to gradually pave. Furnace machine is managing to get its fair share of the steel. That's nice. 8 steel bars went into making each storage box. This is rare steel. Those can go in the recycler. Yeah, there's some opportunities. Those could become something. Oh, a furnace managed to get installed. Right, because I have construction robots, and that's inside the network, so they will just place those when they're done. Good enough. Let's tag those with Q1s. Well, with common Q2s. Conduct like a visual inspection here. Could definitely have more crushing capacity. Also visually inspect the charts. Scrap production peaked a while ago. Or it spikes up a bunch, yeah, whenever the train heads over to refill. That's when the drills are active, and then they catch up with the buffer and wait until the train comes by again. Scrap consumption has stayed pretty steady. Merge statistics for quality. Let's see, just everything in general. Big peak of scrap, and then it takes a while for the heap to digest. So adding and upgrading recyclers is definitely point of contention. These ones are all running pretty steadily. So the mixed composition is another thing that janks it up a bit, because then that varies the cycle time on processing. Yeah, okay. Forming a concept here. Just grab the image of one of you for sketching purposes. Briefly walk outside the environment. Have like one row and the raw scrap belt arriving there. So each of these is being fed off of that. Then afterwards, they can output directly the belt. Business as usual. And I can have my filtration set up. Factors to consider. Like, an upside of this side-loading mixed setup is that all of the output is being filtered at a common location. At a cost of one splitter per thing I want set aside. The way to improve on that would be to, like, slide this entire column down a little bit so I have room to put more sorting equipment. Okay, fresh pot of iron arriving. Because the iron output in orbit is inconsistent depending on composition of local asteroids. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not. Also have all these extra chunks that need processing. You don't have any more rock crushers in storage. And it's already full up on fuel. Many aspects of the space block are healthy right now. Probably ways I could slightly rearrange this to make it more cooperative. The other thought is that I could drop those extra furnaces down to the surface to help with things here. Okay, I spotted them, like, minimal, elegant answer to convert this setup into the other setup. Yeah. I have my 2 layers built in here. Just send only fresh scrap to that one. And only recycled product to this one. And see if that improves overall throughput. It might help, it might make things worse. Yeah, because then the front one here might get jammed. There's several items in the scrap roulette that unfold into more stuff than went in the immediate sense. Yeah, now it's seized again. Though I can control for that as well. At least a little bit. Something like read content there. There. Yeah, read that whole stretch. Proceed only when empty. Try that out. Putting some filtering inside of it would also have its advantages. Require sliding everything back a bit. Moment, I'll try this as a system. See if that unblocks. Just let the occasional burst of fresh scrap in. Scrap consumption had peaked back here at 700 per minute. This is the key number. This is what matters. Unified scrap handling data. That's just off of 2 and therefore 3 more magnet plants of material. Gotta build the foundations here. Foundation must be more scrap throughput. Actually, scrounge up more steel. Install better machine. Yeah, the silo was waiting on so much to get done. Give it the lucky concrete that falls out of the normal concrete machine. Need more space to work with, and I need some sort of new plan. Pull the uncommon recyclers out of retirement. Still have a job to do. So let me flip this round. To somewhere, maybe over here. Yeah, that kind of works. Be over here, do your own thing. It means your requester is out of the surface zone, but that's entirely workable. I don't really use this as a manual drop point anyway. Where was all this rare steel hiding? I guess it finally got to eating some of the furniture that I gave it. Panels. Old assembling machines. Motor units. Gun. Yeah, it managed to bite open the old rock crushers. Well, the way it go. Module machines are over here. Alright, yeah, it's another entire recycler. Stuff. Oh. Concept. Ooh, scrap processing machine. Okay, this was one of the local construction bots. Back to your business. Ooh, steel. Longer sample on, right, that's power grid. Longer sample on production statistics. Yeah, this is a drop in scrap handling from the previous setup. Almost need to like flowchart out what the aggregate amount of stuff that falls out of each scrap cycle is. material availability is very unbalanced here. I want to go back to a setup where I run things like the furnaces. Have a split input line. Shared output line. Yeah, and then my filter setup. Rare, and then the specific material exceptions. Yeah, that lets me pack everything more densely together. The design is forming. And that gives me my space to do more filtering of stuff in. Act a little more densely. Like the holmium handling arms. Over here. And the ice box. There. And then there's room to put a couple more splitters for breakout purposes. Yeah, trash pick another power line. And arms are also available as a tool for sequestering the occasional bit of normal material. I want to just have a small amount. Normal iron. Normal gear. Taken aside from the cycle of reincarnation for making conveyor belt. Yeah, this is kind of going somewhere. Looks like it's going somewhere. Any personal inventory cleaning that needs to be done. Can handle directly by handing it to boxes or by throwing things into trash slots. Oh, hey, another rare is ready. That is a favorable sign. But what of the stats? Line went up. Yep, that was the experiment just now. That was a weaker setup, and this is doing okay. Having twice as many machines in the same footprint might be good for throughput. Seems like it's long enough that things are kind of normalizing out. Put the rare raw material into the junk spaces so the bots can carry it off freely. And then mulch these uncommon recyclers. Yeah. Put them through the ringer. Five more of those to upgrade. Now, has that helped statistics for any other kind of output recently? Yeah. Last 10 minutes gives us the activation of the current setup after the gap. Last hour gives us the before-after comparison. So, that rare material. Wire, fairly unchanged. Sticks, those don't get directly produced by the trash mangler, so that's... Circuit seems to be up. Electromotor is up. Gears looking healthy. And just the occasional spike whenever the assembler manages to rev. Yeah, we were getting like single item per minute on many rares before. Things could be improving. A bunch of stuff that uses rare gear. Is any rare gear being retained by the network right now? No. It is being used as it appears, which makes sense because the motor work is running. That eats gears. Right, I want prod mods over here. Now that the recycler has fired up, grab a bunch of this. Shuffle my priorities. Because I want savings on the whole motor stack. That will reduce the steel burden a fair bit. Okay, that feels like a good idea. Let me move this port over here. That puts all of these into the network. Throw all the bots back on the ground. Tube mill. Successfully backing up. Yeah, up to 6% chance of quality up in my current best available furnaces. It's a pretty strong number when you also have to remember that the quality values here, you're only getting 1/4 of the material back out though, so in some sense you should think of this number as 1/4 of what it is. More like a 3%. Maybe that might be a valid metric to put forth. Mulch a bunch of these boxes. Scrap consumption remains up. Necessary tools to realize scrap gains? Maybe in effect. Alright, so even just kind of eyeballing it here, the fact that the input belt does not fill by the end of this stretch suggests that I could load a couple more machines on the end. Need to move the landing pad. Get much taller. I could get one more without much interference though. Those become available, waiting on 6 blue chips each. Though I also want to finish upgrading the ones that I have. Blue is a thing that emerges directly from the garbage. Okay, fine. You placed yourself. You're eager to exist. You can have that. 2.8 rare iron per minute. Highly volatile. Need a way to work toward that. But now that I'm setting aside basic iron again, I qualitate you. The answer involve increasing quality? Quality of quantity? Well, this would be held up by the fact that the normal box of tubes isn't going to receive anything. So just make this an unfiltered output arm that waits until that buffer box is full. Keep crushing those tubes. Because out of my available spread of machines, wait, you stopped working with common a while ago. These should be elsewhere. These should be in another scrap press. It's missing out on dice. I think the best overall quality exposure surface, well, the best of all would be to put things through a magnetic plant. But for anything that doesn't go through a magnetic plant, just an assembler 3. With its 8% shift. 8 or more, once I can get good modules in here. As an apparatus, this should help. Yeah, swinging back to this as being an important part of the qualitating. The pure recycler setup, it's more compact. It is simpler on the ground. But it is a very lossy process to just keep throwing things back into the blender. instead of giving them any other opportunities to advance. Now that that has been running for a little while, all separated outputs, how much tube has been made in a minute? You just tag the, no, not you. Tag the rarities of tube. Processor also got tagged in there. Okay, in the process of going looking for that, yeah, the rest of our reasoning is starting to fall into place here. Really fully be qualitating. That initial approach of letting things try to climb the ladder first. And then only venting the excess. There is a possible future we're focusing in on just legendary science module. On the strongest of beakers would do work. This is trying to activate that level of quality too soon. Everything kind of stalls out. They're looking for a very long production chain. Allow a lot of opportunities to rattle bones. That way all of the quality multipliers get to stack up. And okay, on that front, definitely back up on Void Block here. I want to keep some furnaces. I can drop like 3 of these. Four of these. we go. Those have ejected. A little more meteor processing. Then I need to scrounge up this and do a bit more. What is here? I also have a second furnace I can use for steel processing. One of these jobs is just common steel, the other is just uncommon steel. Add these recyclers to the main trash column. Yeah, one of them already snapped in. And put more of these. Still keep the stick mill going. Very slowly, or this is large enough that I don't need to use the wire. I can just manually say, put a bunch of those there. Ran out of brick. Need a new brick furnace. Oh, actually finished building a local one. Good. Well then, request all 3 flavors of rock. Provide the result. And split the outputs. Install the dice. Okay, so adjustment to be made here. Good, I remembered its wire. Want any iron that comes out of there to have a chance to get recycled. Any uncommon iron also have a chance to be recycled. Install this. And wiggle the iron. Wester to bring in common brick. Concrete machine back on. And this might be the return of the barrel makers. It's a useful, productive device. Pipe would be a really good candidate for a metal wiggling. Making and breaking solar panels also holds potential. For now. Yeah, this feels like something. This is anything. Damage. Corner turret destroyed. Ruffians. Pollution cloud is nowhere near them. Things have calmed down so much. Probably because of another traffic jam. Yeah, that'll do it. Both of those iron belts are feeding into steel column. None of them are going to an iron column. Bit of an issue. Port iron problems. Long iron can put things back in order. More on the pile of things I need to rebuild. There. This might do better as a steel refining setup. I've had a similar outlet here consuming the uncommon gears. That would provide its own thing. Broad mod has appeared, which means I can plug this into the science machine and start making any magnet beakers. Just barely. Still only ever made the one supercapacitor. But there it is. Now it's 1.9 magnet science packs. Someday, the juice will flow. They're really mad at this corner of the building. Placement of exceptional beams. Business as usual. Adding shock defense to the personal gun rig will probably find some use. In the future. The time is right. Waiting on more blues. Right, this is inadequate filtering for how I have this set up. Making sure a common consumer is at the end of the line may do it. And then, of course, having something to make use of all this output. Have those go into a crusher. That will then cycle back around to the metal line. Or otherwise put itself back on the cloud. No, I don't want to preserve these rare tubes. Actually, right, because the purpose of this is to generate rare iron. I have a thing making rare tubes. Will shortly backlog itself. Become not a threat to the rare iron supply. Yes, that is built up. That isn't going anywhere for a while. This was how I was processing holmium plate. Move that requester forward a bit. Just a requester with its job. And then share the attention of this line. Okay, so another resource to preserve off of the main cycle here. Farms can grab into a splitter, right? They probably can. Basic rock. Uncommon rock. Yes. I can also sneak another filter over there. Change how this is laid out. My rear filter. Sure. Then filter again to split the uncommon out. Mantle all of this. And go ahead and do that so the belt is a little more cozy. There, that's steel sorted better. for upcycling. Then I just need a similar setup over here for gear wrangling. They'll want their own recycler in order to properly separate the input. Which means I need to orchestrate another recycling. But for now, just deal those out there. Let it run. Years out. Processors. Wait on green. Steel green out of there to run this. And the whole setup would probably be better off if I were making the 3 quality levels of magnet stuff in parallel. And frankly, just also making more beakers. The local equipment is not matured enough. There's a critical mass of productivity that must be achieved. To really make that setup pop off. Garbage train needs to cycle more often. Be able to load faster. far as I've seen, the oil is fully resistant to being land-filled. Limited only to being bridged with rail. Production stats, though. How are things going? Rare iron up to 15? Well, 8 over a longer period, but it is trending upward. Where steel not doing great, but still keeping non-zero. Ah, there we go. Universal landfill made of tungsten and carbon. That unites materials from multiple planets. Powerful stuff. Been a while since a power interruption. I guess because I'm consuming more energy from having all of these systems online. Good to see it. Bit more surface area I could be capturing lightning on. Maybe that's the thing I resume making here. Would use up some rare wire. I never updated your requests. Solar panels on the surface of the trash planet are terrible. They do okay in orbit. No light passes through the atmosphere. Powerful stench of the trash world. Another rare recycler did pop. So now I can install you over here. Not destructive enough. It still needs a little bit of buffer to do its job. Okay, I'll have you only process common rock for the time being, just to avoid this problem. Besides, fancy rocks are being used to melt fancy holmium ore. Yeah, they have a more important job to do than becoming brick. Rare brick also comes directly out of concrete recycling. Plenty of good that already does. 16. You want to sneak another lightning rod into existence? For 3. And put the furnace maker out of business for a bit. Have my small scale furnace set up now. There we go. Greatly extend my available lightning surface. One here to kind of squeeze that area. Reasonable haul of miscellanea. Hold on, is the rare iron ore back 8? 8's not nothing. Have a productivity furnace to roast this in. Force me in having productivity modules. Perform the roasting. more pieces of the rare silo are scraping their way into existence. Buried a bit of slack there. Yeah, there we go. That was the big draw that bottomed out the accumulators. They're back within the usual envelope. I'm making a continuous supply of more of them, hypothetically. Spare batteries aren't much of a thing right now. Those get made in magnet labs. They do not. All my battery production just comes directly from the trash. $11. The lab is successfully cycling. A little bit. So that was the issue, the fact that I just hadn't updated the requests on the supercapacitor machine. It is doing a little bit of work. Proper battery wiggling machine might be next thing to do. A more proper, less improper battery wiggling machine. Okay, good, the prod mod's finished, so pop those in there. 18% more iron per iron. Get 'em. Current trash mangler is successfully working through the backlog here. since each of these beakers is 3 beakers. A whole 33 magnet beakers that have fallen out of this lab. Yeah, I should definitely be opening up a little bit. Perceptually. Okay. This is the source of the fluid. It should be just over there and be directly in. Or no, I don't need a separate fluid machine because the fluid is all interchangeable. Oh, that leads back to superconductor. Coils. This could also take prod mods. Means scrounging up more blue. Yeah, the high-grade magnet plants are comparatively low priority here. Those will be called for when it is time to make more bigger setups around magnet technology. Yeah, I think crushing the holmium plate is a bit of a waste right now. Be doing what I can with whatever of it emerges. this is the holmium tube. Light oil pipe around here somewhere, isn't there? No, just the heavy oil. Only light oil system is over here. But I've also already put water out there, so I could just move this. Setup does make it easy to modify behaviors of the garbage engine. The moment I decide, actually, I would like to preserve common batteries, or what have you. It's easily done. Pack up this. Drop it over here somewhere. Not directly on the scrap pile. Yeah, that's suitably cramped. And then also I need to flip this over here. This down at least one tile. But I have somewhere to have the oil escape. So also capture common plastic. I need to get a power cable in there. Rare toll power cable is a pretty good general purpose tool for patchwork. These have outlived their usefulness. The idea of the backup steam system can retire. Okay, just bites on the concrete slab. Not nearly as dangerous as that sounded. And I need to make common grade accumulator. And all these rare superconductor that I picked up. Side effect of walking around. Slam those in there. Put all of those up available for the network to make use of. Steam engines, on your way. Boilers, on your way. Come as tube. Stone furnace, likewise, you can just melt. Rare quality mod managed to complete. Guess in keeping with some of my earlier principles, I should be propagating these back to the mines. So I can pop high quality scrap from the start. And everything that emerges from it as a byproduct gets that initial leg up. That will provide the rare steel. A little bit of it. The plastic is also important, right? LDS is how I get a lot of my plastic. I think about red chip processing as a source of that first, but plenty of plastic in the structure. That low density. You know what? Void block. Let's take this opportunity to decongest those asteroid pellets. Have a couple of inserters on hand. One of these. Flip this to crushing metallic. And unload everything that generates. Because even when this produces the occasional metallic asteroid chunk, the overall quantity is going to decline until eventually it drops out. There we go. Backlog clear. Just need to let this finish going through its current supply. Keeps rolling hot. Rush that asteroid and find inside it another pristine chunk of asteroid. Just as a bit of generic buildup, go ahead and extrude a square here. I'm not sure what, like, overall shape I would want to build the void block into as it becomes more of a boat. Less of a raft. Things to be determined. First round of upgrades, I'll definitely add more engines to it. Appropriate fuel block to operate them with. Create some kind of regular weapon battery and the anatomy needed to feed it. Need more accumulators on the grid. Take these back into my hands. Put them on the floor. Okay, the backlog successfully getting run down here. I should probably go back to having buffer chests when unloading the train. Make sure that it, like, smoothly and continuously unloads. May mean moving the recycler again. Otherwise dislodging more of the parts that I have wrapped around the station. There's steel in this track. And I'm not laying any new rail for quite a while. Put that through the press. I think I can discontinue doing this with the tube device. Tighten up the loop here again. Okay, that freed up plenty of rare gear. Waiting on a couple of blue chip to have another recycler. Gears to motor machine. Or otherwise just kind of leave them available in my trash slots and the bots will take them when they need them. Providers are a good option for a high-density unloading setup. I don't have the raw bot population needed to handle that. That was the initial setup, and the bots never had time to get anything done. They were always too busy unloading the scrap train. slightly oblong, but there's a mixer. That will allow for smoother unloading of the trash barge. Just in time for the question of what to do with that trash becoming a problem. Well, for the demand for that trash to spike upward as the old backlog finally finishes. That improves handling time enough for those boxes to back up, then that'll be good enough. If it means that one side of the unloader is in need of work. Balance the food there. That allows 1-for-1 to happen when only one side is firing. It looks like throughput is holding up. Back to monitoring everything overall. Scrap consumption dropped off a little bit from peak. Well, no. Okay, the waveform is still quite a bit up. There was a much higher scrap consumption peak ages ago, but that must have been an anomaly. The current waveform, processing 1,000 scrap per minute. Pretty alright. Hitting on common accumulators like these ones. I didn't give you a requester. Lead off material into. There you go. Okay, making more regular magnet science. Which should really be prod modded as well, but quality is what I have in my pocket. I'll slot those in there. Let them do the work. To begin having a bit of an eye for the return trip. Chem plant and the plumbing equipment is for restoring the water supply. Although I won't really need that because I know I only need half a tank of fuel to make this trip. I suspect I only need half a tank of fuel to make this trip. So, things to do to prepare instead. Reduce the size of the ammo magazine. Because it being full means that we definitely make enough throughput for point defense. I'll slim that down. Did the extra rock crushing. Similarly, I can cut down the size of the local iron stockpile. We'll drop that to like 200 plate. At the 200 plate and resume offloading a bit of iron to the surface. Maybe. Thing I can immediately do. These gears also need to leave. How did gears even get up here? I didn't launch any gears. Whose gears are these? Set these arms to 300. But also recycle some of these bullets. I drop them onto the garbage planet. Okay, production statistics up here in space. Consumption of bullets, long term. 17 rounds a minute. Across 10 hours. Fluctuates a lot, but long-term average. The output of a bullet factory is up to 60 rounds a minute. And the furnaces together are putting out 2 iron a second. It's enough to run half of this, so 30 rounds a minute. Yeah, local ammo production is fine for the weather. Drop a bunch of this material. Drop the space steel as well. I made this in order to make the fuel tanks in the first place, locally. I take all of this in. Alright, I should step back here and just drop its plates onto the conveyor. Let them be distributed accordingly. The times will roll. Almost done. Slowly pouring out the stack. Yes, good. Magnetic science, slowly but surely accumulating a little better. The use for common copper. Alright. Let me spare that from the mangler then. Let's see, I could start planning my launch site. Should be inside the bot web. Yeah, it can just be over here. We'll need to make rocket fuel for it. Set aside a chemical plant for fuel handling. Process those peace bullets. It is nice how much of a restorative effect the recyclers have on personal inventory. Every time you're in a position to look at a thing and ask, do I need this? The answer is no. Sell it for scrap. That's mulch you're looking at. Now set aside the common steel. And this is making a form of sense. Uncommon materials have a chance to roll up into rare at a reasonable percentage. But moving things up 2 steps on raw recycling is a very high rate of loss. And an upside of doing it this way. When these inventories fill, the default behavior that emerges naturally is for all of the overflow to be fed back into the mangler. So it does keep circulating no matter what happens. Okay, and I had the stick mill running off of a requester the whole time. Common iron is all the way up there. Would loop it around. Also provide for the stick machine. More gooder recycler. Improve throughput of the mangler. Successful upgrade roll on cracking that uncommon. Good job. Oh, chem plant for rocket fuel. Is cube plus light oil? That has its best shot of working. over here somewhere. Or, no, wait, rocket fuel is assembled, isn't it? Yes. Or biochambered. Alright, so spots here to preserve common structure. And common solid fuel. Naturally popping into place. Yep, bottoming out the accumulators again. Factory at times will sleep. But supplies are available for this purpose. Shove a bunch of these in the top left corner. That should do. A 105 magnet science has managed to form. And yeah, so with eventual export in mind, make a requester for all of the magnet beakers that we have. Begin preparing the payload. I have all the rare electromotors for the rocket silo. Right, it is also a tech thing that I now know the UI for, that I could put ghosts requests for modules into those spots and have them auto-deployed. Be nice. Alright. Let's see what heights we reach during the current storm. Room for more. We were close to enough for current draw. And drop a wire here for monitoring the inventory. Okay, yeah, this is the brush size for the thing. So there we go. Future site of rocket silo. Portioned out. Our production stats going for rare material. I'm up to 2 steel per minute. 200 rare iron per minute. Or no, these are all separated. That's my common iron. Give me the rares. So 2 rare steel. 4.8 rare iron. Nine rare scrap. There's a combinator setup that I could use to, like, provide a running tally of number of things that have passed by a location. If I had one of those set up near any of these recyclers, I could be keeping watch for the fancy bits as they appear. Yeah, there we go. Finally allowing myself to experience the wealth of the trash planet again. Basic material flows in abundance from the garbage wiggler. And I'm not even using the iron yet that I am dropping from space. Send that into the system. Should be preserving the normal concrete where it emerges from the pile. I can create more room for sorting right there. Though I'm paving with reinforced. Do I have things grabbing every first order trash item? Processor, advanced circuit, low density fuel, steel, concrete, battery, ice stone, chromium. I don't have something grabbing cable. I'm allowing the cable to be crunched back into copper plate first, and then grabbing that. Taking aside the pre-made concrete saves me the effort of creating brick. Not much is directly using ordinary wire. I have these circuit machines running. Try and supplement the big processes. We need a lot of rare steel for other things. I've run down my supply of quality modules. A lot of competing concerns here. Floating back to must needs establish the other side of connecting with space. Once I can deliver the magnets back to the home world, then even greater quality can be achieved. And all the other stuff that happens on this planet, but quality, importantly. ultimate act of compromise would be to allow this rocket silo to be made at a lower quality level. Perhaps subject it to the cruelty of the dice. Unacceptable. I do have all this extra surface area left on this island. And I have more potential energy still to capture. The Void Boat's navigation can be automated. It has all the same logic trains use. And more so, because it has an internal logistics system for handling its own inventory. Right, I need like a persistent request for iron and a request for ore. I think from down here. Or is that for requesting things from around it on the planet? No, because clearly it would be able to satisfy a request for iron plate from nearby on the surface. How are things in orbit right now? Quiet? Just a metallic drought? Switch you back to carbon crushing? As far as I have seen, each space platform exists in its own personal instance, so there's no apparent vulnerability to collision between space platforms. Space big. Space wide, space tall. Gonna let the basic material inventories get very large. Actually. And now, more thoroughly acclimatized to the ways of the trash planet. And this whole area is a logistics blind spot, so actually let's do my planning over here, which is, yeah, comfortably inside the network. So the price of, say, a common robot frame. Steel, battery, green. The electromotor is the odd one out. have need of lubricant. It can be pulled out of the sea. I never prepared an output box for the long arms. There you are. Situated. Well, I'm going to move this closer to the existing supply of lubricant once times allow. Let's go ahead and prepare that pipeline in advance. There is a tap for it. Yeah, bots are very easy to assemble from the trash heap. Is then, oh, what do you need to complete a bot frame? Your choice of green or red. Which this is mostly going to be about making logistic bots. I have enough construction bot for now. Wouldn't mind rolling the dice to make more construction bots eventually. Better construction bots. Stopped making substations in order to make nothing at the moment. How about fancy, medium, electric? Nah. About normal substations. Yeah, use up some normal wire. Right, and then electromotor needs the support of regular motor. request materials it needs. Which 2 out of 3 are just passively on the network, and the last is reasonably abundant anyway. Yeah, basic substation. Healthy and strong. Romulant power supply device. Okay, and then I can use the signals from this to handle injecting new robots. Yes, so check on signal Y. Y less than 500 bees. 15,000 bees. Normal motors want tubes. Give them the tubes. Very long round trip to deliver a tube. Ah, there's the problem. Still need an outlet for fancy tubes. How's normal skill output doing? Healthy. Material is available. It is an issue of the throughput of the bee population. Enhance. Got more prods now. These to the science labs. Well, let's get these onto the rare production chain first. Then the science labs. Bots do love paving. Bots deserve the chance to pave their own home. Stake out the other corners of the future launch site. Okay, good. They do both agree on the robot statistics, which are already meeting with success. Hence the bees. still more power to be tapped, and thus still more power to be consumed. Almost got all the rare motors for the silo, at which point I will shut this off to divert rare steel elsewhere. Yeah, this is important. Redirecting productivity elsewhere to facilitate a return to space. Quality's out. Them into the beehive. Yes, all of this is going somewhere. All of this is important. These are opportunities to enhance, to develop. Not stowing uncommon. Yep. And trash machine has jammed. Too much ice. Water tank is full. I'm underusing water. Wild. Well. Gotta recycle this ice. It served its purpose. Okay, I'd taken these 4 productivities aside to just remain mindful. The eventual launch pad. Which is, yes, is a 4-module building. Just 3 more motors. And yeah, actually, Common Lab is a good place for him. Common magnet bottler. Source of the magnet liquid. Retrieve this drill and retrieve this scrap. Modules fire elsewhere. Bit of that uncommon green when you see it. And all of this scrap can go to trash input. It's exactly 1 box of scrap. Brain seems to be doing a decent job of keeping up. These are still common arms on the inner layer. There. Speak it. And actually, let me remove the filters on this side's arms. The ones looking for quality can be on the lower throughput side. Really, they should be down here at the end where they innately get priority. Too much. Well, the ice was not the problem. Reprocessing the concrete was the problem. It's a lot of concrete. I need to resume my personal request for accumulators. Inclusive or make 1 more roboport. Do the ice first. Tube mill should be running again. Yes, tube mill is running again. Tube mill doesn't have much iron. As will happen. The bots are solving most of their own bottlenecks. The auto construction is now underway. Yeah, no, I didn't want common accumulator. Toss those back out. Starting to pave on their own. Right, 200 electromotor. It'll be a bit. At least the assembler is quite healthy. There, construction bot, lucky robot. Champion. Bees. current setup is vaguely operational. It does continue to produce some results. But the rare material output is still sluggish. Need more magnet labs. Permissible to make them at a lower quality in order to achieve the foundations. In order to not compete for much more important equipment with other machines. Start to secure more uncommon material. Now that I've seen what life is like without the middleware, I can proceed forward with new appreciation for its power. Missing link between all quality and no quality. Some quality. Rare recycler complete. Fabulous. I'll just hold that productivity. Decide where I would best install it, so I'll just put it nowhere. Alright, how is the total bot population doing now? Nice. The throughput number. Steadily improving for the bees. Claiming uncommon steel. Substations are also really good as data hubs. Should be able to see the contents of the logistics network from here. Yes, there is the thousands of gears that are currently stored in common on the network. Let's say I only want 1K of those sitting around. Brush. There, a basic tool that I should have been implementing more of, probably. Detect excessive inventory and throw it into the mulcher. Beaker supplies slowly improving. take up my responsibilities as the largest cargo drone. Second largest cargo drone. Well, now by certain measures, third largest cargo drone. Right, those are my corner markers for the launch pad. Building things out again means I've finally caught up with the supply. Speed arms. Still more untapped potential on the supply side. I'll retrieve the quality setup here. Redistribute these modules into you. Or I knew it. Upcycle those to blue and then deposit these in there. Brings a bit more steel back into the system. Logistic bot population seems to be catching up. The number of active jobs. Should have dropped those back there for the best available odds of shifting. Still, though, the setup is realizing steady improvements. Maybe I can stop you at 100 bots before beginning the process of recycling the bots. Refine their abilities. They're slowly trending in the right direction for silo making. Yes, good. Some of them are noticing that concrete is there and delivering it over. "100 bots looks to be a barely sustainable population on the current power grid. Some potential left for growth. And stop requesting the refined concrete personally, now that the bots know how to distribute it on their own. Okay, good. One new lab successfully popped. Move the rare recycling machine out of the way. And do this. That improves unloading. There, that freed up a lot of competing material. The launch bay is a very important thing to complete. Alright, and in keeping with that, in recognition of the current relative module shortage, instead of having these fight for the rare processors, start to run them at uncommon. Substation frees up enough power. If I move this entire array one step to the left, I could also be running little efficiency making setup. The efficiencies can be made at common. And qualitate it up. And am I filtering? Yes, uncommon of all 3 chips are being set aside. At limited effectiveness, but it's being done. There, convert a bunch of that back into rare iron that goes into the network and makes rare chips. Takes up all the rare wire that's been sitting around. And having efficiency mods to throw around. Matters more on this planet because of the power bottlenecks created by lightning. And this would be a use for a decent set of beacons. Plenty of power-hungry machinery, crammed into close spaces. A good place to sneak in a wire sorter. But yeah, the bots deployed that one on their own. Could make a wire lab. Or no, raw wire. No, wait, no, there it is. Machine that makes ordinary wire. I guess even common steel is in pretty high demand. Motor machine would do that. Oh, right, and the fact that I'm actively drawing steel into the Wiggler for refinement. Stop that for a second. downshift all the way. Having a full spread of Qual 2s is better than nothing. Almost get a beacon up here. The rare material carousel could move over a bit. Just in general. These are local construction bots who don't have any storage. Fine, I'll make them one storage cube. Believe this exact situation. Okay, all good there. Yes, this is good. It's mostly preferable to be operating at a lower energy level than to instead be shut out completely. Make sure things are still okay in orbit. Yep. Feeling fine. And the juices continue to flow. And the launch materials are building up a little bit. Don't make that much wire. Although, well, I don't have a shortage of rare copper. Rare copper is managing to happen on its own. Otherwise, passing the copper back and forth there would be a use of material. Oh, steel machine is stuck. Hold on, what happened here? Why is there concrete on this belt? Rare steel being backed up here. Oh, this arm that I rotated to shut off this material drop. It got excited. It saw a thing it could grab. That requires maintenance. hole in the corner wall from ages ago. The constant traffic jams make rail travel pretty safe for the peace tank during maintenance operations. Base is safely hibernating. Look how much they have managed to pave in such a short time. Favorable metrics. The numbers are trending well. The garbage flows freely. No, we're even managing to stay within battery life. For now. So I guess in furtherance of the goal of wanting to get the rocket silo done sooner rather than never, this is the one thing that I will hold upon. This is the mark of the Qualitator. No ordinary hole in the ground. Okay, good. I have that properly wired up for circuit action. Let's step this down to uncommon electro beaker. Then I can throw some fresh quality modules into it. Yes, good. Supply. Or no, science still wants production. The value is undeniable. Yeah, once I can cut off electromotor production, that will help, since these are steel. Not much steel, but it's still any rare steel that could be diverted directly into the rare steel pile. So, you... Yeah, I'll let you rev that, but then also step down to uncommon superconductors. I'll find you some quality mods. You were not using wire to talk to your requester? There you are. And in turn, that means I want an uncommon accumulator maker. That will still work out for providing more accumulators for the battery bank over here. Because it will occasionally successfully roll a slightly better battery. Some of these things that I'm definitely overstocked on can just be taken over to the Ouroboros for mulching, in the hopes of making them stronger. These will relieve a bit of the pressure on the rare green circuit supply, diverting more of that into processor hell when it is time. What else I could put down a beacon that would be pretty high impact? Maybe here? I moved the output box for the assembler. There's nothing unloading the... Right, because the common concrete here is just going into the reinforcer. Maybe I want that to be able to buffer, though. More recyclers can give me more options for how to handle excess material. Alright, so these can be more overflow crushers that have an active inventory control. Using awareness of some piece of the puzzle. Mostly probably relating to our core material storage here. Make sure. Try to qualitate these as I activate them. Easy enough one to start with. Two crushers for common and uncommon batteries as separate machines so they can each keep track of their own control signal. Should be able to see everything, can you not? Little buddy? There's quite... Oh no, actually I did successfully drain the pile of normal batteries. Never mind, alright, that checks out. Right, I manually delivered almost the whole stock. The Ouroboros. We'll face the trials. So, common gear. Uncommon gear. Bit of a waste to do that when there's no modules on them, but iron is iron. It has its things to do elsewhere in the facility. There we go. Even a small chance to upcycle, immediately paying back. Where are all my common greens going? Well, I guess a lot of that is more my common greens are not coming from recycling common processors. I could set up another duo for that. Over here is some available real estate for it. Machine rotates. The noises emerge. Always, quality rises. This is the world without fish. The only flaw in an otherwise perfect apex environment. We could find a way to adapt fish to the oil ocean. Create some sort of hell whale. Well, these are already rare solid fuel. Crushing them would only do so much. Guess the trains would appreciate them as a snack. Okay, this is just the line for charging at the port. No problems there. And these uncommon accumulators go into the Ouroboros for refreshment. Have I gotten more? Yes, I do get uncommon recyclers reasonably often. Another uncommon magnet lab. All of this is very good for the machine. Okay, also, now that all of this is kind of undulating, should be looking into making looking for the opportunities to start cycling up toward rare quality bots for personal use. And that indeed the first side of this project is maybe to upcycle my personal construction swarm. Gain capacity, they gain flying speed. Gaining health would probably matter quite a bit, just to reduce losses in battle. good to see 1,000 magnet beakers. I just want to let the swarm hibernate, though. We're clearly at the limits of current power supply until I invent better power sources or build an even larger capacitor bank. Some combination of the two. There is the ultimate lightning collector out there. Magnet science is now reasonably well fed. Uncommon copper and uncommon plastic. Are not being protected yet. There we go. Allow slightly more batteries to be accumulated. Because the ones already loaded in here don't count toward that total. It's only available units. 345, yeah, 340. 5, it's like 400. 400 of each. Gear overpopulation is being prevented. The numbers continue to converge where it counts. Yes, so robot upcycler. In the event that you successfully make rare construction bot, Drop it there. All others do not escape the cycle. And go back in the machine for processing. I'm kind of temporarily intruding on future side of the launch pad. Begin the cycle. That pile contained some very lucky bees. And already has begun. Oh. Before rare bees requested from the network. We'll trash unrequested items. Any rare chips that fall out of this can be sent off to the processor machine. That's acceptable. Not every construction drone reincarnates as another construction drone. Sometimes there are other rules to fulfill within the wheel of life. The wheel of productivity. Okay, may as well prod these up. All the special magnet materials. Champions. May as well scrounge up, yeah, one full array of rare. Give all of these lads the best chance they can. Okay, yes, good. I already had quality outlets on both of those. Go. Seven. And rising. New generation. Stronger than the last. And then if we can start trying to do the same for the logistic bots a little bit. At least cycle their commons up to uncommons. There's this water line going around to the concrete machine. Good enough use for water. Okay, prying my eyes away from that for a moment. Oh, look at... Right, this was an island I scoured already while getting my initial supplies. Trying to find the vault. Local rocks. Take a look around for any other good places for building on. That is the thing now, that I would need more surfaces on which to harness more lightning. Especially if some of those surfaces might be within wire reach of each other. Like, yeah, that one's doable. Those two could be a large platform. Not quite there. That might work, though, that diagonal connection. That's the workings of a pretty powerful shared grid. Also wouldn't be difficult to splice onto that existing rail line. Just a couple towers worth of bridge. Take the new lads out on an adventure. Show them exciting new garbage. Tell them tall tales of strange, distant lands. The oceans are liquid ice. Where all the world's oil was trapped deep beneath the crust millions of years ago. Okay, I'm rapidly making this place unsafe for the droids. Life in general. As you do. Bot survived a lightning strike. Tough lad. All the common tier trash bots are certain that the legends, the massive unshielded fusion reactor hanging in the sky, freely radiating power in all directions, are just that, legends. Impossible dreams used as training data for children. But some bots, they look at the clouds and think, that's not the ceiling. That's when you know you have high quality bots. Take a moment to stand near this existing functioning lightning attractor without tearing it down. And leave some of this island's garbage intact for a bit. Turn someday for future developments. Staking out more of these islands will be part of, like, phase 2 of Garbage Planet. When I come back here and actually routinely convoy out the magnet beakers while developing the magnet tech. Set up production facilities for exports. All the dynamics of what I can fit on a platform are also going to change after inventing the better lightning collector. $25 plus reach. 40% efficient baseline. Yeah, time moves while the encyclopedia is open. This is the better place to browse. Yeah, baseline stats of double the efficiency and 10 more distance 40 range at rare, compared to the 24 of our current collectors. That is a lot of additional surface area and more power drawn in from each strike. Able to do more things more intensely on each platform. Up to 11 rare construction bots. Or, right, when manually dropping scrap, I can just throw it into the train station. That's the natural buffering point for it. Right, and you can only have one request for each material in a box. You can't double up on them to try and demand even more. Okay, and while I'm over here, let's set up the idea of direct assemblers for rare bots. As a way to get all of the rare drone frames that may have emerged dragged over here and ready for operation. Yeah, like that. Not routinely make uncommon tube. can spare uncommon iron. May as well put it to some uses. Okay, I'll leave the uncommons in the swarm for now. Start taking the commons out of circulation. Request that all common logistic droids report to this location. Cycling. And all this being a useful kind of side process to getting the silo online, because that's more rolls to try and upgrade things into rare engine out of lower grades of raw material. It adds up. And there is definitely need for a rare gear mangler. That will crush down some much needed rare iron. And since you're crushing rare material already, you don't need to qualitate. Within the bounds of current knowledge, you're doing the best available technique. common holmium. Magnetic science still looking good. Continuing to develop. Let me actually look at the cost of some of these things. Only 500 for personal battery, 750. Would just about clear the schedule for a lot of these things. Immediate inclination is to kind of go deep and acquire prestige items. The big projects to work toward. They're nearly... Did they finish? They might have finished paving under there. Now it's just installing more batteries. Getting a stack of recycling productivity, probably important. Okay, let me kind of crystallize concept here as a way to wind down a bill of materials for everything that is here on Magnet Planet to collect. So, 2K for the quality module. Another 1,000 for the lightning collector. 3.5. 4,250. $5K with personal shield. $5. 11,000. That's all the, like, fixed local science. And then it's the stackables of processor and recycler. So 11,000 finite magnet science. Yeah, that's a normal space tech electric damage. It's a precursor to the other electric damage upgrade that uses magnet science for another 1,000. So yeah, on the order of 12K. Magnet science packs. Cover most of that. Meanwhile, I guess green missing from the lab. Supply chain weirdness that'll have to resolve. Much about the core will be due for a restructuring. I gotta fix these issues with the refineries. Got a lot of stuff to reprocess and condense. And while I am away back at homeworld, production will continue. What is our overall rate of beaker output right now? Magnetic science, where are you hiding? Way down at 9 per minute. Small output. So, once I have the silo built, it won't take much to try to retool the board, making more beakers. And I've got an appreciable fraction of the total payload. 1/10 of the fixed costs are accounted for there. Just a few more years in the trash heap. So do they emit different colors of smoke depending on the rarity of what they're touching? Powerful. Didn't end up needing this chemical plant for anything at the moment. Crush that. Or this offshore pump. Yes, well, this certainly makes a powerful statement about reducing inventory backlog. I pioneered slightly better setups for trying to generate upgraded material through busy work. You cannot directly put a launch pad in a rocket and send it to space. You can send a launch pad's worth of material up over the course of several launches and then assemble it on site. You might be able to assemble it in orbit and then drop it prefabricated. But otherwise, right there on the stat line. Rocket capacity, no. Don't do it. You cannot launch the building from inside itself. Oh, you can fit a landing pad. Neat. Oh, they need to be built in atmosphere. Yes, so not buildable in space. But you can have all the parts in a flat pack. Your IKEA Meteor. These and other design patterns available. Knowledge of trash. And closing nodes, like, okay, evolution factor on all planets that have enemies makes sense. Fulgora still has an evolution stat, and I'm left wondering what that even influences. Does the lightning get angrier? Do the rocks in orbit get angrier? These and other questions. These and other mysteries. Behemoth asteroid. A level of quality.